See, a little bit about the course background, what goes into it, what we cover, some constraints for the course because as much as I'd like to cover everything that Wikidata does, there's only so much time. Some learning outcomes of the course, the pedagogical style, my approach to teaching Wikidata, the ways that I get the course participants to engage with the curriculum, engage with the community, some best practices, some things that I find work really, really well, and ideas for improving the curriculum and like the course experience moving forward. So I hope that generates some good conversation at the end. So a little bit about the course, how it works. It is an intro course. There is no prior experience necessary, but I do have a lot of participants that have some background in linked data. I work with a lot of museum professionals who have like deep collection experience, and also a lot of librarians who are catalogers or metadata specialists or archivists, something in between. So it's we cast a wide net with the participants who take the course, which is a good challenge. The courses are pretty short. There are only 6-hour-long sessions, and we've done it in a couple different models. They can last 6 weeks, or more recently, we've been doing 3-week-long courses where we meet twice a week. And we just find that during the pandemic, this kind of scheduling kind of helps things along. As far as the trainings go, how we get people up to speed, there are 7 slide-based training sessions and some exercises as homework. We try to keep it open for pacing, and we also realize that people have day jobs, and again, there's that whole pandemic thing that makes time management a little challenging. But you might have seen the slide-based trainings floating around. They just got ported up to the outreach dashboard, the P&E dashboard. I'll show you some of those a little bit later. For the week's work or whatever time period designation, half a week, we ask for 3 hours per meeting, like outside of the meeting or in addition to the meeting. So 1 hour meeting, 2 hours of extra work, just to orient yourself to Wikidata, kind of understand the concepts, practice with it, do some editing. So a little bit more work. All meetings are virtual on Zoom, so I don't work in person with people currently. It's great for reaching out to people, but it's also constraining insofar as everything has to be online, and we don't meet that often. So we also have a Slack channel to supplement our conversations and answer questions outside of that course meeting time, which seems to work pretty well, but it's not the same as being in person, that's for sure. And I also put a particular emphasis on community integration and editing. I think that that sense of interaction with Wikidata and co-ownership of everything that's going on Wikidata really makes for an enriching experience in the course. So some constraints. How do you introduce Wikidata? There's so many points of entry, so many reasons why people take these courses, and so many things that people aren't interested in with Wikidata just because it's so big. So picking kind of like a neutral point of entry is challenging always, and just like making it make sense to everyone in the course is difficult, but a good challenge. How much linked data do you teach? This isn't like a foundations of linked data course, but absolutely we cover some foundations of linked data. Some people have experience, some people don't, as I mentioned, but it's something that we definitely need to address during the course. But again, it's a Wikidata course, not a linked data course. So there's overlap, but it's not one or the other. What do you leave out? There's so much, both with linked data and Wikidata. You can't cover it all. Again, it's an introductory course, so you have to kind of pick and choose at one point, which is challenging. How do you meet newcomers and regular users in the same course? Again, trying to make things make sense for all of the populations involved without boring any one group, and with making it engaging and urgent to everybody. 6 hours of instruction is not a lot of time for some big concepts. If we're talking about data ethics, that's a lot to cover. If we're talking about like meshing different ontologies, you can blow through hours just talking about that. Just talking about the query service, for example, that should be a multi-month-long course, but we jam it all into 1 hour. So definitely a shortcoming, definitely a constraint, but something that we love to work with. And also just what concepts are best served by a high-touch intensive course like this. There aren't a ton of opportunities to have an actual instructor teach you Wikidata. So this is a unique experience in that sense. And I want to make sure that I'm spending my time the best and that people who take the course are getting the most out of it by having an instructor around. So some learning outcomes that you can expect, or that participants expect in the course, covering Wikidata basics, how the statements work, triples work, how querying works, why do you use Wikidata, how can you interact with it, what are some projects that are going on, how to edit, how to add references, qualifiers, ranks, orienting newcomers to all of that, orienting everyone to the community. It's not always obvious where project chat is, or how a talk page works, or a discussion page, or interacting on wiki projects. So these are all things that we take a lot of time to explain. Overview and demos of tools. Wikidata has some excellent tools. It's not immediately clear where those tools live or how those tools work, or which tools work well together. So we spend a whole hours doing an overview of those tools. And then we do a large summary of community-wide projects like WikiCite, or some of the more popular wiki projects like Some of All Paintings. Spend some time in Scalia, just giving some applied use cases of Wikidata community-wide. And then we also spend some time doing some batch editing at the end, just so people are comfortable with it and don't make 10,000 mistakes. So that has its own special time in the course. And then these are the modules accessible both on the Outreach dashboard and WikiEducation's own dashboard that we put together. They're just 7 training modules. They don't cover everything, but they get people up to speed, which I think is pretty helpful. And I supplement this with a lot of additional resources. So that's all common ground for getting started. But this is how I do it, and this is my approach to explaining all of these topics. And I'd like to think that it works pretty well. So participant driven when possible. I do a lot of talking in the courses, but I love it when the people in the courses ask questions and have a project and have ideas, or come with their own challenges from their own institution. So maybe it's cleaning data, and maybe it's implementing a schema, maybe it's putting together some queries for their own workflow. I love when we can really have some enriching conversation going on. Inquiry and action-based, again, I love questions, come from libraries. Used to be a reference librarian, so when people ask me questions, it makes me happy. And then I think having action-based activities is really important. So actually editing, actually running queries and customizing queries, using those tools like editing live in Cradle or Tabernacle really goes a long way in practicing and applying what we learn in these courses. I do try to maintain an open pacing, and if the conversation drifts in an unexpected way, to leave room for that, just because I think that's the way that you keep a lot of people engaged. And I think the open pacing is really important, just because we all have a lot of commitments and there's a lot to cover. And so leaving breathing room is really important, I think, for people to both feel comfortable and also to take on this fire hose of information in a way that doesn't seem as overwhelming as it actually is in real life, because we do cover a lot. And like I mentioned earlier, this curriculum emphasizes editing, becoming integrated into the community. I think, again, this is essential to interacting on Wikidata, because courses end and then people are left with a community. And if they're not integrated into it, it'll be a challenge. And, can't do anything without consensus on Wikidata. So that's why there's such a emphasis on community integration. And also assuming that Wikidata is both right and wrong. I try to frame it as opportunities for improvement. We get, experts from a lot of museums, a lot of libraries who have their own assumptions about how Wikidata should work. They also have systems that work really well for their needs, and Wikidata doesn't always reflect that. And so reconciling that as a moment for reflection, as a moment for trying to understand other systems, is really important. And I think that it's okay that it works in some cases and doesn't in others. And just kind of building some space for people to explore those themes is really important in courses like this, I think. So some thoughts I have about participant engagement in a Wikidata course and on Wikidata include um, finding out why people take the course is really important, and speaking to those needs. Like I said before, there's a lot of different reasons to take a course. Some people only want to query. Some people just want to figure out what Wikidata is. Other people have worked in linked data for many years and are just super excited about Wikidata. And there is a lot of excitement about Wikidata, which is phenomenal. Encourage proactive actions like editing, having conversations with strangers on Wikidata, and collaborating on projects. I do spend my very last hour with these with my students, integrating them into wiki projects and encouraging people to join. and asking questions, because I think that's such a good way to begin interacting with the community. It's a nice little stepping stone. And it's not something that you would know to do right away. The notion of a wiki project is something that you kind of have to stumble upon yourself or have someone point out for you. So I think that's an important element. And providing detailed walkthroughs of tools and pages so that the participants can do what they want with these interactive aspects of Wikidata immediately. And then again, these are things that we should spend way more time on, but because of the course constraints, I think having at least a brief moment of detailed explanation with the query service or tools is very beneficial to staying engaged moving forward, and also getting what you want out of Wikidata, because if you can run some canned queries or just know where queries are located, then you don't need to learn Sparkle, or you don't need to learn it exhaustively. You can just kind of click around and stumble through and swap out properties and different items to get different results, and I think that goes a long way for an intro course. So some best practices, some takeaways that you can consider and think about. Wikidata isn't always right. This comes up all the time. People are often very upset and confused by this. But if you're able to acknowledge this, engage with it, and frame it in a way that's productive and encourage people to do something about it, I think that's helpful. But before action, I think it's good to contextualize what might be right or wrong about Wikidata. So pointing out where discussion pages are so people can read why the community has defined a property in a certain way, or why there's a certain set of values associated with a property, goes a long way, instead of just like taking brash action and reverting something or rolling back a property. Wikidata is complicated. People are frequently overwhelmed by how complicated Wikidata is, and that's okay. I think what I've found to be very effective is acknowledging this and trying to make it a more bite-sized experience for course participants. So focusing on a specific kind of query, or just zeroing in on one property and spending a lot of time with it and understanding how it works really calms people down, and breeds a certain sense of comfort, and you can start to anticipate the way that a query is going to behave, or that a certain way that a property is going to work. And then also focusing on a specific item, I think, goes a long way too. People can pick any number of the 100 million items on Wikidata and get lost in those, but focusing on a specific area or subject domain, I think, is a great way to make a complicated Wikidata a little less complicated. So I was just speaking to this, compartmentalizing aspects of the project for a more digestible experience, segmenting things just so that people aren't overwhelmed, specific kinds of queries, just querying for qualifiers or just querying for certain values. And then breaking that down even further into more details, a more granular explanation of how things works really helps. I would also say talking about applied use cases goes a long way too. So we talk a lot in the abstract about how triples work and about how linked data works and how it could work. But showing a project from a museum that has used Wikidata, or some outcomes of a project that has used Wikidata, really help ground people. And I think they can start to see projects that they could start doing. So that helps. I also think that emphasizing the global view of Wikidata is really important. Just talking about how it's not a library catalog, how it's not a museum catalog, how it's a linked data repository that supports Wikimedia projects and tries to represent the world in linked data, helps people overcome those previous frustrations and maybe the overwhelming sense of how complicated Wikidata is, because it's trying to represent a very complex world. And people seem to, foster a little bit more patience after they have this realization of how global Wikidata is, just in terms of its mission and the people who work on it. I also try to highlight points of engagement. So there's a lot of different ways that you can edit on Wikidata, whether it's cleaning up existing items, whether it's proposing new properties, whether it's putting together queries that highlight certain insights that people might have not known before, or even just advocating for Wikidata. I find that goes a long way. That even if certain institutions know about Wikidata, they might not be able to comprehend everything they can do with it. So having advocates on the ground goes a long way, just to make Wikidata more of a household name, and also a concept. The whole idea of having a knowledge base at your fingertips is kind of a new, strange thing, and it's not always immediately clear what you can do with it. So some ideas I have moving forward for a Wikidata curriculum, And I'm really curious to know what everyone thinks of these, just because these are themes that I've gleaned from 2 years of teaching, 2.5 years of teaching Wikidata. Um, Really want to spend some more time building out the curriculum to better engage with data bias, data ethics, systemic bias. We do touch on this in the course. We spend a lot of time on it, but with only 6 hours, you can't really get into systemic bias that much, and data ethics, how we use Wikidata, how we should be using it, how we can better formulate properties to protect sensitive information, but also to use Wikidata in a way that uh, it reveals biases and improves the community. So I just want to make this a seamless process in the curriculum. I would also love to incorporate more advanced concepts as much as the course constraints allow. Like, it'd be really fun to do a lot of work with pause and bringing in more Python, just to show how to automate a lot of these features of Wikidata. But for an intro course, that's a little bit too far for a newcomer. I think it's a little bit too much to bite off, but as much as I could work it in, I would love to. So these are things that I'm thinking about. Orienting the curriculum toward other Wikimedia projects, like using structured data in Commons, doing more about evaluating Wikipedia articles through Wikidata, and abstract Wikipedia is on the horizon. And we don't really touch on lexemes in this Wikidata course, but we could, but also just kind of preparing people for understanding how abstract Wikipedia will work through Wikidata, which there's some overlap. I know it's not a perfect circle, but just better integrating this curriculum with other Wikimedia projects. And there's also been a lot of demand for project-based coursework, which I would love to do. But again, if I'm hosting people from many different organizations in a course, there a lot of projects might not overlap with people's interests, so it makes it a difficult call for integrating a project into an entire Wikidata course. But I would love to do that at some point. And some additional advanced ideas, creating and providing tailored resources for starting a Wikidata project. I know there's some excellent resources like that Wikidata one-pager, that PDF that's floating around out there. The workflow for donating data to Wikidata is an excellent source, but creating more tailored resources for both museums and individuals or libraries, any sort of workflow would be really, really cool, but that's kind of time intensive and, again, very project specific, which is a challenge of building out these higher level ideas. So, and then one last point, exploring ways to encourage and sustain engagement beyond the end of the course. This is a classic conundrum for anyone who does any Wikimedia project assignment. How do you make sure that people stick around? And again, I think one way to address this is to integrate people into the community, but also how do you do a better job of that? And I'm always kind of thinking about that. So I think those are all my slides, and I'm really excited to hear your questions. So thanks so much for listening, and happy to open it up to any questions.
No questions so far. Jane says every library could have their own wiki project on Wikidata. Same with museums.
That would be cool.
It's a good idea. Any other questions from the audience? Feel free to add them to the chat. Robert asks, is there going to be a Q&A tab for this session? So Robert, we disabled the Q&A tab from Stages because the Q&A doesn't get streamed to StreamYard, but the chat does. So if you have any questions, just add them to the chat on Hopin. Lane asks, I am not familiar with how to access the resources you mentioned. Can you post to conference page after?
Yeah, I can post to the chat right now too, if that's helpful. Lane, if you just scroll down from that, there's a whole block of Wikidata trainings that are recently posted to the Outreach dashboard.
Awesome. And then Matt asks, what are some common challenges, misconceptions, or points of confusion for your students?
That's a really good question, Matt. I think there's a lot of confusion around what Wikidata is still. Some people understand that it is a linked data repository. A lot of people just think it's more like a library catalog, because I work with a lot of librarians. Other people think that it's more complete than it actually is. So they anticipate certain things existing on Wikidata that aren't there yet. And then other people think that it is only a Wikipedia thing, and that it's not, beyond Wikipedia, and it captures a lot of data that isn't represented on Wikipedia. So kind of, I don't know, framing Wikidata for people who are coming from all these different perspectives is a very common challenge and misconception. There's also a lot about data modeling that's really confusing. So how do you express certain objects or ideas or entities in Wikidata? People think it should exist in a specific way. And if you're new to linked data, like the whole basic membership properties, like instance of or subclass of or part of, if you're at all familiar with those properties on Wikidata, can be a real challenge for people because they just think you describe things in a specific way, and Wikidata does it a little bit differently. So I think that's like the most common set of challenges.
Awesome. Jamie asks, do students ever want more of a background on linked data, or are they mostly familiar coming into the course so that you can dive right into Wikidata?
I think, yeah, if people have background, they don't want more. There's always more to cover with linked data. And if people, I think for those who come knowing, like having heard of Wikidata, they're not especially interested in learning about linked data. They want to just start to use Wikidata. So it's a challenge for me to kind of balance explaining some linked data fundamentals to them, and also just explaining how Wikidata works. Like I want to give them a little bit of theoretical background about linked data, but it's not something that a lot of people are clamoring for in my courses, at least.
Awesome, thank you. Robert asks, could you talk about some specific examples of people with misconceptions about what Wikidata is and what they wanted to do with it that they ended up not being able to do?
Sure. I don't know, Robert, I'm sure you've experienced this, but I know a lot of people think Wikidata is a lot easier to use than it is. There's still a huge learning curve when it comes to extracting, Wikidata pieces of data from Wikidata. So I think a lot of like archivists and people from special collections think it's like kind of like flipping a switch to donate their data to Wikidata, but you have to learn about these tools and you have to clean your data and then you have to upload it. And it's a pretty complicated process. I also think that if people want to evaluate Wikidata, if you just start reading item pages, that's not super helpful, but that's the most accessible way to do it because it's kind of like the analog to reading a Wikipedia article, and that's kind of that people have that conception in their brain. But the querying is probably the more common way of understanding Wikidata, and that's not an easy thing to just kind of pick up. So that's a very common misconception, is like it's not the easiest thing to use all the time. So I don't know. I could talk for like 3 hours about misconceptions, but that's probably the biggest one.
Yeah, and speaking of querying, I've always found it confusing. So I was really excited when they recently came out with the new Wikidata Query Builder, which is like a
Yeah.
very visual way to do those queries. Makes it a lot easier. Let's see. Jane asks, have you considered dissecting a reference in a random article to see how to model that reference on Wikidata? I always say Wikidata can connect the dots from source to article.
Yeah, we do. One of the first assignments is, or like one of the first ways I encourage people to edit is by adding references to Wikidata, and I actually walk through a Wikipedia article and point to a reference and harvest that reference as a reference in Wikidata, and then I explain kind of how to model it and all the different ways that you can create a reference. Just because all of those statements should have references. But I love that idea because people are a lot more familiar with Wikipedia and understand the notion of a reference in Wikipedia. So it's an easy way to kind of translate that into Wikidata.
Awesome. Lane asks, how much time should students expect to spend to understand some beginner Wikidata activities?
Oh, that's a good question. I feel like it's got to be, I don't know. It usually takes like the first week. Back when we were doing like one session a week, it's like a week or two. So maybe 6 hours, I think is kind of healthy to actually start to grasp some of these concepts and dig in a way that doesn't seem too overwhelming. Um, Maybe that's too long. I don't know. It also just kind of depends on people's confidence and their understanding of linked data and Wikidata. But Yeah, I don't know. I can say from teaching these courses, it's 6 hours of instruction, 18 hours total, and people come away feeling pretty confident with Wikidata, querying, understanding how it works, and feeling confident enough to interact in the community. So I can give that as a threshold. It's really rare that the course ends and someone still feels like lost or adrift. Um, so at least that long.
Awesome, thank you. And then we've got a question from Christine. Aside from, quote, it's not a library catalog, are there particular points that you find you need to emphasize when teaching librarians or archivists, etc.?
Yeah. So, I mean, this will sound like it's not a library catalog again, but it's what you can do with Wikidata that you can't do with a library catalog that I spend a lot of time with. I think people don't realize uh, like how much you can enrich a catalog with different aspects of Wikidata and what the query service can do beyond describing entities. I for like one of the assignments in the course, I have people analyze items and look at how we describe them on Wikidata. And a lot of librarians tend to look at the identifiers and the authority control aspects and some of like the MARC record translations. But then I encourage people to like look at items that have nothing to do with their area of expertise, like look up the item for shoe or the item for like autumn or the item for the moon, just because the community has to describe those things, and there might not be like a schema that you're used to describe those. Looking up emotions on Wikidata, that always comes up, um, and it's really fascinating how the community tries to describe those things, and I think that's a huge asset to Wikidata. And kind of talking about the those finer points is so it comes up a lot, and I think that's an interesting aspect for information professionals to consider.
Awesome. Let's see. Jamie noted they'd had a 2-hour session over the course of 2 weeks for like an introduction to Wikidata, but then they had a few people sign up for the longer course. So that gives an opportunity for people to learn more if they want to.
Yeah, people always want more time. That's just how it goes.
And then Robert asks, aren't you worried they'll get frustrated and lose interest with a week of training?
Yeah, I mean that's always a risk, but you got to try. And some people, I mean, it's natural that some people lose interest. It's not for everybody. I'm not hurt by that. I'm open to it. But for those that it does make sense for, I want to retain them. So that's kind of where my passion lies. And it's pretty obvious who's into it or like how you can start to engage with people who are questioning it. And I think having, like I said in my slides, a participatory element to it is a good way to kind of snag people and excite them.
Nice. And here's a question about retention. Do you feel you have inspired anyone to continue with Wikidata?
Yeah, for sure. A lot of people who have heard of it have tried to dabble with it, and I get the occasional like I've made like 6 or 7 edits, but then people just doesn't like they don't know how to continue. They don't know where to go for more information. There's no Wikidata manual, and in spite of the fact that there are a lot of really high quality trainings and YouTube videos and tutorials that exist. It's different when you have somebody that you can ask these questions to directly, just because everyone's process is organic and it's not necessarily linear. So I think that is a helpful. It's a good way to continue to inspire people to stay active on Wikidata. Also, just to like point people to cool things and projects. And since the community is so welcoming and wonderful, it's really great when I can put people in touch with community members, and I think that goes a long way too.
Awesome. Peacer has a comment. His workflow for creating a new English Wikipedia article is to start by creating or accessing an item in Wikidata. Sometimes the other language Wikipedia articles have more content than the English ones.
Yeah, I like that. I like that approach.
Yeah. Another question. The quote institute appears to cost $800. Is there a cheaper self-directed option?
Looks like Jamie addressed some of those comments a little lower.
That's right, yeah. We don't have self-directed options, but often offer financial aid. Ah, yeah, okay, that was in response to Jamie. Cool. Perfect. Any other questions? Looks like we got no other questions, just lots of comments about what a great talk that was.
I would say, if you do have more questions, I'm always open to talk. I could talk about Wikidata pedagogy for hours. So I would invite anyone to reach out to me, send me an email, and we can keep the conversation going. Especially if you are interested in teaching Wikidata or have taught it before, I'm just always kind of curious how others are approaching it. So please feel free to reach out.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Will. That was great.
Thanks,
Thanks,
Devin.
everybody.
Thanks.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to my presentation. My name is Christine Meyer, username Figure Skating Fan. And I am a longtime Wikipedian. My first edit to Wikipedia was in early 2007. And my niches on Wikipedia include African American writer and poet Maya Angelou, children's television and media, figure skating, and female saints. I'm also a graduate student in the English program at the University of Idaho. And this presentation is the very beginnings, the very inklings of what will become my thesis. So I'm really pleased and honored to have the opportunity to present this, my thesis and its beginnings, to you all this afternoon. So back in the summer of 2008, early in my Wikipedia editing career, I found a humorous piece of vandalism on Wikipedia. I'm sure you've all seen the type, vandalism that's so funny, that's so smart and witty, it's painful to revert it. But revert it, redo, because, that's what we do. It appeared I don't remember how I came across this humorous piece of vandalism, but it was in the Wikipedia article about piracy. And here's the diff of a screenshot of it. And a vandal, most likely a bored teenager, added the lyrics to a song, to the article, to a song about pirates. And an editor reverted it, rightly so, like we all do, shortly afterwards. Now, I went to the Reverters Talk page and thanked them for the revert, which is also something that's a good idea for all of us to do, pointed it out to the editor and said, do you know where this is from? Well, they didn't, but I did, so of course I had to tell them. It was from, it's lyrics to a song that was performed on the children's television show Lazy Town. And then I said, how sad is it that I know this useless piece of information? Now, I tell this story because it demonstrates, I think, the odd literature status, which I'll define in a moment, not only of Wikipedia, but much of the reading and research I do as a Wikipedia editor. As part, I do this, my little part in helping mitigate what we've heard about all weekend, the gender gap and the systemic bias on Wikipedia. And because those topics are obscure and neglected, much of the sources that I use when working on these articles are also obscure and hard to find. And so the thesis of my thesis is going to be, partially, is that Wikipedia is a 21st century example of odd literature. And so much of the reading and research that I do, and probably many of us who work on these types of articles, includes what can be classified in the loosely defined genre of odd literature. So odd literature isn't actually a thing. It's not an actual genre of literature, but it's made up. It's a construct invented by my mentor and advisor, Dr. Zachary Turpin of the University of Idaho, for a course he taught at the University of Idaho in the spring of 2021. So Turpin defines odd lit in this way: sui generis books that are so one of a kind, so off the beaten track, that they don't seem to fit in any genre, any literary movement or period, or even within literature as a category. Pre-1900 American literature, which is Dr. Turpin's focus, is peppered with such oddities, many of which are hardly read by anyone today, much less assigned and given serious attention in graduate level study. Odd Lit is the literary island of misfit toys, often judged anomalies, but are in fact illustrative in their far-out way of 19th century American literature's engagement with norms and norm breaking during a time of radical social, political, philosophical, and psychological discovery. Sounds kind of familiar. So although the concept of odd lit is a made-up construct, I actually found it helpful in developing a philosophy about creating content for Wikipedia, especially as it relates to the off the beaten track, neglected, and obscure figures and topics that of the articles that I have researched, written, and expanded. Now, Colleen Hartung, a fellow Wikipedian and member of the Women's Caucus of the American Academy of Religion, or AAR, who calls Wikipedia editors activists, co-founded the 1000 Women in Religion Wiki Project, which was created in 2018 to address the problem of the lack of articles and representation of women religious. Spiritual and religious leaders, theologians, teachers of all faith traditions and backgrounds, and saints on Wikipedia and in the general scholarship. Hartung, in her 2020 essay, Leveraging Notability, Defining, Critiquing, and Strategically Engaging a Wikipedia Guideline, describes the strategy the AAR and the 1000 Women in Religion Wiki Project, which I'm not going to go to now because of time, except to say that it's tackling the problem on two fronts: increasing content in the general scholarship about women religious, and creating and improving Wikipedia articles about them. In 2020, Hartung edited the first in a series of monographs claiming nobility for women activists in religion, published for the purpose of creating content in the general scholarship, specifically so that editors could use them as sources to increase the content about women religious on Wikipedia, thus doing what Hartung calls leveraging the policies such as notability and reliability that have seemed to make increasing the content about women on Wikipedia more difficult. So this weekend, we've all heard about the remarkable inroads we've made in mitigating the gender gap and systemic bias on Wikipedia, done by individual editors and wiki projects such as Women in Red. But we've also heard about how much work that still needs to be done. And this is kind of the direction I'm going in my thesis. It's a problem Stephen Ramsey describes in his 2010 article, The Hermeneutics of Screwing Around, or what you do with a million books. So many books, so little time, as Frank Zappa might not have said. According to Ramsey, there has never been a time when philosophers, lovers of wisdom broadly understood, have not exhibited profound regret over the impedance of mismatch between time and truth. For surely there are more books, more ideas, more experiences, and more relationships worth having than there are hours in a day or days in a lifetime. I think the same can be said about Wikipedia, especially when it comes to addressing the gender gap and the unequal coverage of topics important to women. it seems at times it seems like an impossible task, but we've seen this weekend that it's possible to overcome. And I think we all know that it's pretty worthwhile and vitally important. Now, the other thing that Ramsey does in this article is that he talks about the difference between searching and browsing. And both have real value in researching the articles that we write for Wikipedia. One of the benefits that I've had, not only improving my writing skills, but it's also helped me become a better researcher. And so the first thing he talks about is searching. And he says, there's always been two ways to deal with a library. The first is the one we are most used to thinking about. He talks about, he wants to do research on the influence of French composer Edouard Varese on the early work of Frank Zappa. I go to the library and conduct an investigation, which might include a catalog, a biography or two, a librarian, who we all know are a great group of people, or any one of a dozen different methods and tools. This is search. I know what I'm looking for. I have various strategies for locating it. I can't read everything on this subject. I can't even locate everything on this subject. But I have faith in the idea that I can walk out of the library being able to speak intelligently and convincingly on the topic. So that's one way to do research. And it's really, that part is really difficult when you're talking about these obscure topics. The second way is browsing, or what he calls screwing around. So he walks into the library and wanders around a state of insolent boredom. I like music, so I head over to the music section. I pick up a book on American rock music and start flipping through it. So I'll let you read the rest of this, but Ramsey says that browsing is a far more illuminating and useful activity. And I've actually connect really strongly with this technique because I think that that's kind of what I've done mostly in my research of the articles that I've been able to work on. So that's my end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. And again, thank you for allowing me to have this opportunity to share with you the direction that I hope that I will go in my studies of this. Thank you.
Thank you. That was great. Are there any quick questions for Christine before we go? We do have time for questions. We're seeing some thank yous. Yes, that was a great presentation. Very thought-provoking. Daniel does ask, we don't have an article on odd literature yet. So can you speak about, have other people talked about this? Is this a discussed concept?
No, like I said, it's a completely made up construct by Dr. Turpin. But it's something that he created for his course. So it's not, I use it because I think it's an interesting way to look at not just Wikipedia, but the sources that we use for many of our articles.
Great. Yeah.
So no, the answer is no, it's not a thing. It's just, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Rosie says that was great.
That's such a compliment for me. Thank you, Rosie.
Sorry, Brian asks, is there a relationship between odd literature and weird fiction?
Yes, there is actually.
Okay.
That's kind of where you can kind of turn off into. Yeah.
Okay. Well, great. I think we're out of time, so we'll stop, but thank you very much. And we'll welcome our next presenter shortly. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
My Wikipedia username is PeaceRay, and I'm going to kind of launch into this pretty quick because there isn't a whole lot of time. And one moment, I'm going to have to reduce the volume on my end. Okay. All right. Now I've muted my own voice to my headset. Anyway, you can find this on Wikimedia Commons. There is a link to the PDF from the proposal page. This page here, you're going to be able to look at your leisure. The one takeaway I'm going to do with this is, because we're going to discuss this a bunch more, is that the Egyptian Arabic Wikipedia has considerably more articles than the Arabic Wikipedia. And the nuances of that I will discuss further on, because that is an impact. This is simply a portion of that table with a larger font. So these are the top 10 languages spoken in North America. The first three should be no big surprise: English, Spanish, French. The fourth might be a surprise to some people, that Chinese is the fourth most spoken language in North America. I think most people will be very surprised at the fifth, Tagalog, which is from the Philippines. I had no idea before looking at this list that Tagalog was so predominant in the United States, followed by Vietnamese, German, Arabic, Korean, and Italian. Let me go on to a little bit of highlight here. The weird colors are an attempt to accommodate people who might be colorblind. Here I've highlighted what I consider to be underrepresented languages in Wikipedia. And I define that as having a world ranking of 5 or more less than the spoken the wiki rank being 5 or more less than the spoken rank worldwide, or the first language rank. So you can see, Spanish is the fourth most spoken language in the world. It's the second most in terms of language rank, and yet we're down at 9th for the Wikipedia rank. And by rank, this is number of articles. Chinese is even further down, which is such a shame, because it is, one of the 2 most spoken languages in the world, and it's the first language of most people. I will note that it is broken out down into Mandarin, Cantonese, and Wu in terms of the Wikipedias, and the ranking overall is just simply Chinese. Tagalog, we have, again, it's 5th. We have 2 million speakers in the United States. That represents over 8% of the worldwide speakers. And that makes it 51 on the language rank, or it is 51 on the language rank, but it is way down in terms of the number of articles. It ranks number 100. Arabic, I will speak about more later, but I will note that Arabic in general, I considered an unrepresented Wikipedia, because its worldwide rank is 5th in terms of people speaking it, but the wiki rank is down number 16. Okay, so this is a look at the page views by countries for each of those language Wikipedias. And you will see pretty much the United States on most of these, with maybe 1 or 2 exceptions. I will note here that on English Wikipedia, United States and Canada together are about twice as much as as the United Kingdom and India combined. So, English, of course, is huge in North America. Spanish Wikipedia, Mexico is second, no big surprise there. If we look over at French Wikipedia, I'll note that if you combine Canada and the United States, this has a larger total than Belgium, the second most French-speaking country. Okay, now we are moving on to Chinese in general, and I will call your attention here. I think most people don't realize this, but the United States is showing up either third or second in each of these Chinese Wikipedias. So in case you didn't know, there's a lot of Chinese speakers in the United States, and it is something I think we should pay attention to. Okay, Tagalog, United States is the second most speaker. And again, 90K page views may not seem that much. And perhaps that's because it is not a Wikipedia that we have tended much to. And so please note that. Vietnamese, it might come as a surprise also to people that the United States is the place where people access the Vietnamese Wikipedia from, the second one. Moving on, even with the German Wikipedia, even though obviously German, Austria, and Switzerland would be, all German-speaking countries, Switzerland certainly being a polyglot country, but United States is fourth. And then here rounding out is Korean and Italian. And again, United States shows up as second in terms of page views of these Wikipedias. Canada also is fourth when looking at the Korean Wikipedia. And again, these are August views, so they're at this point fairly recent. So I'm going to return here back to talking about Arabic, and I'm going to note that the amount of people who speak Egyptian Arabic in this country are probably much smaller compared to the people who speak regular Arabic. And if you take a look at the approximate total number of speakers, you will see that Egyptian Arabic is a fraction of Arabic. But curiously enough, if we go take a look at page views, well, we see United States of America is the U.S. is the third country that's viewing the Egyptian Arabic Wikipedia. But I will also ask you to take a look at those totals, and you'll see that the total of page views is much smaller for Egyptian Arabic than Arabic. So we have this strange case of the Egyptian Arabic Wikipedia having hundreds of thousands of more articles, yet its access is a fraction of what the Arabic Wikipedia gets. So just to kind of present this one, I wanted to present on here where the United States falls into the access of the Arabic Wikipedia. And you see, even though we're down or the United States is down around seventh, at 6 million page views, it is considerably higher than 183,000 page views Egyptian Arabic Wikipedia. So again, we have this kind of strange case of somehow there's a lot of activity to create articles in the Egyptian Arabic Wikipedia, and that has left, I would say, the Arabic Wikipedia, which gets far more use, at a disadvantage. So I'm going to go here to, this is really, I believe, my final slide. Yes. My suggestions. So if you are looking to have an editathon that is going to benefit other languages, have one that is going to benefit the underrepresented Wikipedias. And so Spanish is a great choice because it really needs to be brought up to the level where it's spoken. And again, it's ninth in terms of Wikipedias. So that's an obvious choice. If you're in an area where there is a large Chinese population, this is an opportunity to reach out to people who speak Mandarin or even Cantonese or Wu. See if you can, or if you're able to organize an editathon with those people. And then to round out Tagalog, if you live in a community where there's a Filipino population, that's also a good choice. And again, Arabic, we really need to, I think, to increase the articles in Arabic. And again, emphasizing Arabic, not Egyptian Arabic. So that kind of rounds things out. Yeah, I'm looking at the comments that are coming in. I'm curious if anybody has organized multilingual editathons or editathons for minority languages in their countries. And I see that, let's see, let me try to read here through the comments.
Yeah, so Ray, we have some extra minutes.
Turned up.
We have some extra time because I think the next speaker can't make it in this slot. So, if anyone has comments about outreach around underrepresented languages and editathons, please feel free to make them. I know Daniel says that they've talked about having Spanish or Chinese events in New York, and I think there have been some multilingual events in New York City. And Richard, I'm just adding you. We were just talking about New York City events. Haven't there been multilingual editathons?
Yeah, so we've had multilingual editathons for about 3 years running, pre-pandemic, at LaGuardia Community College, part of the City University of New York. Queens is, I think, the most linguistically diverse county in the United States, and I think that that LaGuardia is probably the most linguistically diverse institution there, educational institution. And so we've often had, usually in the springtime, we have students and staff and faculty come together, and we have a series of articles, and we encourage people to translate into as many languages as possible, between and from as many languages as possible, often with New York City topics. So like, for example, there are a lot of neighborhoods where the major languages of the neighborhood, the neighborhoods are not in that language Wikipedia. So it might be like a neighborhood where a lot of people speak Chinese or Arabic or Spanish, but they don't really have a good, decent article or any article often in that language Wikipedia. So among other things. And the nice thing about it is it's sort of fun because it's not mostly not people who are coming to it necessarily from a professional linguistic background, but just from students using their own linguistic backgrounds. So you get like 30 or 40 different languages. And we get to, sort of experiment with what are the different rules on each Wikipedia, because they're all, you get to see the sort of the diversity of the rules, and actually that plays in a bit with the the session I just was helping with the about Japanese Wikipedia, and sort of seeing the differences of the rules and the different standards, also different things like citations. So it's quite a nice experience, and we've even put up like a local banners in different languages to try to find the non-English Wikipedia editors in the New York area. So we got some from Chinese and German Wikipedia who wouldn't necessarily join our regular events.
Yeah, I will note I do a bit of translation from other languages into English, and I note that some of the other languages do not seem to have the rigorous criteria for citations that the English Wikipedia has. And I would encourage anybody who's doing that sort of translation to give back. If you find citations that you can then go back and include in the original article, that is a great thing.
One of the things that I have done in languages that I don't speak very well is looking at illustrations and pictures as well, and making sure that the highest quality pictures that we have in Commons are represented in the articles in various editions, because very often those don't seem to get updated or looked at. But before we close, I'm curious, do either of you have tips about working with different linguistic communities or in doing this outreach?
It's good to do some do some global outreach if you're doing local outreach as well, at least from just the New York perspective. So you might want to know someone who edits the Chinese Wikipedia, because the Chinese Wikipedia can be hard to understand, if you don't speak Chinese, or even the Spanish Wikipedia, and just like understand the local rules there. So someone can keep an eye on the articles, make sure they're a good article, that they're contributing positively, and so you can build some of those global connections, as well as you say in North America with some diverse local communities. You can connect with them with the local linguistic communities as well.
Yeah, I'm actually somewhat new to this. I was partly looking at this in terms of our global and local theme, and kind of wondering, okay, how do we serve people in other languages in North America? And so when I took a look at the list, that it came from a source called Babel, and I saw that there was disparities. So I thought, gee, this is something that would be good for people to know about.
Great. Yeah. And I just, again, you put your slide deck on Commons, and we put the link. Kevin has the link there in a comment. We've also got the Etherpad. So thank you very much. And thank you, Richard, for joining. And I definitely also encourage everyone out there to experiment with multilingual outreach and editathons as well. We are going to go into a quick break. The next session can't happen. So there was an issue with that scheduling. So we'll go into a quick break, and we'll start back at 4:55. So I will see you all then. Thanks, everyone. Thank you, Peace Ray.
And thank you.
Hey folks, sorry, there's multiple technical difficulties. Kevin was just saying that our speaker is having some internet issues and hopes to join us soon, and may have a pre-recorded video. So stand by and we will start the session soon. Having some internet issues and hopes to join us soon, and may Hey folks, as you can see, Kevin just updated our slide. So our next speaker continued to have connectivity issues. So we're going to try and bring them in later and possibly tomorrow. They will have a video of their talk that we will be able to put on the conference website. So you'll be able to get that. And so we are going to go next up with the Wiki Education and COVID-19 panel in a bit. So that should be very interesting and topical. And we'll start at 5:15 Eastern with that. Anything else I should add, Kevin? Otherwise, we'll see you at 5:15. And sorry about the technical issues with the later half of this session.
Does my mic work now? I want to check
It
that.
sure does. It sure
Excellent.
does.
Thank you all.
Yep. So we'll be back at 5:15, and then just a reminder, after that session ends, we'll go back into the virtual lounge.wcna.wiki, so people can check that out if you haven't been to that yet. And then WikiConference starts again tomorrow. But please do stay for our last session today in a few minutes. Thanks.
Okay, hello. Hi, everyone. Welcome to our talk. Thanks for coming today. Hopefully it already synced over into Hopin. So we're going to be talking about a project that we did over the last year to get subject matter experts working to improve content about COVID-19 and related to COVID. But first, let me have us all introduce ourselves. So my name is Jamie Mathewson. I work at WikiEducation. I'm our Director of Partnerships. And primarily, I'm working with other organizations and institutions to get them to have initiatives to improve Wikipedia. And these days, that's very focused on us running our Wiki Scholars courses, which some of you might have seen us talking about in some other talks as well. And I'll give an overview in a minute. Will, how about you introduce yourself?
Hi, everybody. My name is Will Kent, and I manage the Scholars and Scientists program. So I teach these courses that Jamie does such a good job of filling. And so I'm excited to talk to you a little bit about how the student interactions with the courses went. And I'll pass this on to Ian.
Hi, I'm Ian Ramchan. I also taught some of these courses in the course of this project. My main role has to do with supporting our other big programs, but I taught several of these, and I'll pass it back to Jamie.
Thank you. Okay. So we actually wrote up a big report on this in Meta earlier in the year. So you can find more details there, but we thought that would create kind of good fodder for a presentation where people can have, if they have questions, we can have live interaction. So basically, as I said, we run these courses. Will and Ian are the instructors in our courses. And typically we have 6 weeks where we work with a cohort of around 20 people coming together over a certain course topic to really learn the ins and outs of getting started on Wikipedia. And in this case, I guess it was a little over a year ago. I think it was summer of, actually get this on my slide deck, about a summer of 2020, we decided that we really wanted to make sure we helped the community improve pages around COVID-19. I think the COVID pages themselves were getting a ton of attention from editors, and we kind of noticed the regional information was really stark in some areas. And so with so much information online and people, things changing every day, we wanted to bring people together to create content related to, say, the COVID-19 pandemic in Texas, right? So we decided this would fit really well with our Wiki Scholars courses. We just need to find the right people, get them in the courses, and have them actually do this work. And so that was really the framing of the whole project. So let me give an overview. Like I said, we wanted to make localized regional information more accessible to the public. As we all know, the Wikipedia communities are really robust in areas like New York, DC, and several other kind of cities. But a lot of information was lacking in other parts of the country. So since we have such a vast network around the country at different universities, we really wanted to bring them together and give them the opportunity to not only learn how to edit Wikipedia, but to actually kind of give back in these content areas. I already talked a little bit about some of our goals. And so what we did is we ended up running 6 courses. So they're all virtual via Zoom. And I will say we started off very focused on the localized content. And so again, looking at different regions and how, maybe how the government in that region responded to the pandemic. And then as people started filling those in and creating that content, and we were running more courses, we expanded the scope of the course a little bit more. And so I know Ian later is going to be talking about some of the great outcomes to Wikipedia and the work that they did. I think Will might also be. And so they can share some of the types of topics that our scholars were working on. So I just am going to start with an overview of recruiting participants. This is something, I've been doing this for years now, but in terms of our Wiki Scholars courses, we typically partner with an institution. So, we currently have a course in partnership with 500 Women Scientists. We've had several with them, and they do really the bulk of bringing in the participants, right? Because they have the network, they have the reach on social, they have the email listservs, they really have the ability to communicate with, typically early career scientists, to say, we're running this course to add biographies of women in STEM and other underrepresented people in STEM. We encourage you to apply to participate, right? So they do kind of the vast majority of that outreach work. So this was a little bit different because we weren't doing this in partnership with an organization or any one organization. So we were doing it pretty quickly. So I think we just officially decided we wanted to do this maybe June or July of 2020. And then within a month or 6 weeks, we were executing kind of our first course. So I want to this is mostly to help give some insights, hopefully, to other people in the community who are doing outreach work like this and who are trying to bring in people to our community. What are some of the things that we did? So I'll just give a quick overview of that. We did end up having 99 experts doing this work. I think could have had one more person. We could have had an even 100, but and so I would say the first, most effective thing we did is tap into the extensive database that we already have. So Wiki Education has been running our student program for 11 years now. So we really have a vast network of professors and associate professors and other instructors, librarians, really all over the United States and Canada. And so because we collect their contact information and we're in touch with them, we were able to kind of promote this opportunity. My dog next door, not my dog, my neighbor's dog is very loud, so I'm going to shut my window. So we were able to reach out to them, and then 46 of our participants overall ended up coming from our existing network. I think something that was really great, and I'll talk about this in a minute, but we had a ton of people in libraries participating in this course. We have so many people in our library network, and several people who we've kind of had, been in touch with in some capacity for 5, 6, 7 years, had never actually joined one of our programs until the COVID-19 Wiki Scholars courses. So it really kind of goes to show, it's kind of a snowball effect building up your network, but also the more opportunities you have that are different, then somebody might finally see an opportunity for them to actually join the community and come into it. Another thing we do regularly, this has been a learning outcome for a long time for us, and I'm sure everyone else has had this experience, but our contact referrals are just the most important way for us to reach new people, especially in kind of sometimes a niche academic, market, if you will. And so 20% of our participants actually applied to the courses because of recommendations from a friend or colleague. So they might have recommended on Twitter. I think I remember sending out a bunch of emails in our network saying, if you have grad students who would be interested in this and developing these skills and learning how to join the Wikipedia community, we'd love for them to participate. And so a lot of our instructors kind of encouraged either their colleagues or their grad students to participate. And we ended up with a pretty big chunk of those people joining the courses. And then I think one of the most important things we've long known is creating, it is marketing materials essentially, but creating messaging around the specific group so they can see themselves in the project we're doing is really important because, they've known about Wikipedia. They've probably even known that you can edit Wikipedia, but for whatever reason, for the last 20 years, they haven't actually joined the community. So, we worked with the American Anthropological Association, for example, one of our partners, and we created specific messaging around here are the types of anthropology related topics still having to do with COVID-19 that we think your members would be interested in working on and improving. So again, just making sure they're kind of seeing themselves in that work, a very important thing for kind of all of the outreach work that we do. And then I mentioned AAA, but really tapping into that network of like-minded institutions, whether they're academic associations we've worked with for a long time, or some of the Wikimedia affiliates like Art and Feminism. We kind of leverage those relationships to say, hey, we have this free opportunity. If you have people in your network who've shown up to editathons or who've really been interested in being a part of Wikipedia, and they have, expertise around research and writing, we think that they could be a good fit for this course or for these courses. So that is really, we worked with the Midwest Political Science Association really closely because like I said, a lot of people were working on content related to kind of government response and how they responded to COVID, whether it had to do with shutting down or mask mandates, things like that. The National Science Policy Network was a really great fit. They had a lot of people that participated, especially as we expanded the scope and worked a little more on COVID and maybe vaccine related articles. And then Art and Feminism had a lot of people who they sent our way too. So we had a lot of great participants thanks to these partners. And so on that note, I will leave with who were the subject matter experts. So I already mentioned librarians. I didn't pull the number here, but I think a really, really big percentage of those 99 experts came from libraries, and they did really great work. Somebody did a big overhaul on the Johnson & Johnson vaccine article once that was available, and there was research about that. Somebody worked on the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on education. We had medical professionals participate, also other scientists, but I would say with medical professionals, somebody, I think they might have created or expanded the article on long COVID and kind of the symptoms and what we were learning about those symptoms. Other public health professionals did things like media coverage of the COVID-19 pandemic. So really great topics that people were working on. And then there's this great chart that I actually stole from Leanna, who put this on Meta or on Commons at some point. But who were the people that were kind of, what were their professional backgrounds joining these courses? And again, you can see, okay, so 18% were in the libraries and library science, 10% in the humanities, another 6% in communication and English, 15 in biology or chemistry, 11 in engineering, math, and physics, 8% medicine and public health, 7 in science communication broadly, 13% political science, public policy, 8% were other social sciences, and then a couple of people were kind of had a business background. So a pretty big mix of people that I think they did. Oh, I actually created that chart. Just kidding, Leanna, thanks. I'm like, oh, I stole this, and it was mine. Anyway, so thanks. I'm going to pass it on to Will to talk about the actual curriculum in these courses.
Wonderful. Thanks, Jamie. So I want to talk a little bit about what all of these 99 experts worked on and the way that we got them up to speed. So if we can just go to the next slide, I'll give a little background about the course. So it is an intro course. We don't require any previous knowledge of Wikipedia, but we did have some people who have edited on Wikipedia before. So we did cater to that set of knowledge as well. There were 6 meetings, hour-long sessions each, 6 slide-based trainings to give some background, some exercises, homework. We build it as like a 3-hour per week commitment. No prior experience necessary, like I said. Everything was virtual. It was the height of COVID. Couldn't do anything but have virtual meetings. Slack channel to supplement conversation, and building community with this group of people from these 6 courses. So that's how we got them all started. If we go to the next slide. We used to run these Wiki Scholar courses as 12-week programs, but we reduced it to 6 because scheduling during COVID is a challenge and remains so. And we also wanted to get these articles up to date as soon as possible. If you can remember that far back, there was news coming out that would change everything like every week. And so these articles would go out of date very, very quickly. So that was another reason why we wanted to condense the curriculum. So in addition to covering the policies, guidelines, and editing basics of Wikipedia, we also built these courses out to focus on COVID articles. And we encouraged participants to focus on state-by-state responses, just because it's so easy to forget. Every state handled this differently, and having that local knowledge was kind of essential to keeping things up to date, talking about policies and protocols, what you can and can't do, rates, infection rates. So all of that was a very local focus, and we had a lot of extended conversations about that, which made it a very kind of special scholars and scientists course. Next slide, please. We also had to adapt and think on our feet. And part of this was being flexible around attendance and scheduling, and also just like a total fire hose of new information coming out of all these articles. and there were high quality articles being published. There were a lot of directives from the government that were not accurate but needed to be recorded or at least addressed. And so this left a lot of space to kind of engage with these issues that you might not otherwise have to deal with when writing other kinds of Wikipedia articles. And so this was one way that we were able to adapt to the moment and addressing these concerns in conversation with all of these subject area experts. So next slide. So we worked with 99 experts. We focused on a lot of geographic areas, including states, cities. Somebody wrote about the Navajo Nation. Other countries we addressed and all of their responses to COVID. The other kind of article or subsection of articles that we focused on were the impacts that COVID had on X, Y, and Z things, focusing specifically on education, migration, people with disabilities, environmental articles. And if you look at all these pages, almost uniformly, they all address sports already. And so there was a big push to not address that in these courses, just because COVID did affect other things. We also focused on COVID-related articles, for instance, testing, face masks, articles about the vaccines once that information started to come out, misinformation during the pandemic, social impact of the pandemic, and others. So just kind of building out Wikipedia articles in this whole COVID ecosystem to better inform the public. Next slide. So some takeaways in working with these students or working with these professionals. Representation was extremely important. The articles that already existed and were pretty robust were not representative of a vast majority of the population. So there was a huge opportunity for us to kind of fill that content gap. With fast changing articles like these, having a flexible, knowledgeable group of people can have a really large impact. And that was exactly true in this case. Subject area experts amass and share sources very effectively. It was such a joy to work with these very driven 99 individuals. And participants really seemed to enjoy this kind of course. The turnaround was fantastic. The articles were produced very quickly. And I think people really thrived off of that feeling. Even though it was very intense and there was a lot of pressure, and it was really hard to do anything during those days. So it was a wonder that people could churn out these articles. So I think people who took these courses really understood the urgency around editing these articles, sharing this knowledge, and also like keeping track of the page views was immediate gratification that people were actually reading these high quality articles that they'd produced. And I think that's all I've got to add. Maybe next slide we can just double check. Yeah, so I'll pass this on to Ian. Thanks.
Hi, everyone. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the impacts to Wikipedia. So if we could have the next slide, please. The big issue here, and this is a summary of what we did across the 6 programs. There were 99 editors. They added 136,000 words, 1,500 references. And I think, the next, please. This is the big thing, almost 30 million page views. So, you know, that's a lot. That's a lot even by Wikipedia standards. That's a lot even by the internet as a whole. It really was a big deal. It really was a big impact on what people saw and what sort of information was on Wikipedia. Next slide, please. Now, as Jamie mentioned, we had a big focus on local areas. And this was everything from state by state, Navajo Nation. We had some coverage on countries other than the US. It was really nice as a Trinidadian that we had some Trinidadians in the group who added to the COVID pandemic in Trinidad and Tobago article. One of the really interesting things here was that we managed to fill a lot of gaps. So as people were working on articles, they realized nobody's updating North Dakota, for example. Next slide, please. And even now, so even more than a year later, the content in these articles to a large extent is what the what the participants added. So in the North Dakota article, you can, if you take a look at this, this is our article highlighting tool, which we have as part of the dashboard. So these are the differences. The stuff that's highlighted here is the contributions, or some of the contributions of this wiki scholar that's still in the article today. And in the time when they were working in March, April through July, they were adding this content as it was coming out day by day. It was getting added into the article. One day when we're past all this, hopefully these will all be synthesized together. But given the way that, how hard it is to go back and find the highlights of something, some news story from a year ago, this, I think, is a really valuable piece of the historic record. And it's really valuable for somebody who wants to eventually tie this all up. If you look through these articles, these state-by-state articles, it varies a lot. Sometimes in the early days of the pandemic, there was lots of activity in some states. There was less activity in some places. And now there's less activity as a whole because people are interested in other things. Next slide, please. What really I felt was one of the big impacts of our program was creating articles, for example, this article about the Navajo Nation. If you remember back to the early days of the pandemic, the Navajo Nation had the highest per capita incidence of COVID of any sort of state level entity in the country. There was no article on the Navajo Nation, and a couple of the participants in the class asked me, can we do this? And it was, I looked at what was there and I didn't see anything of the sort. And so, well, it's Wikipedia, do it. Just create this, and if somebody has a problem with it, we can sort that out later. I believe that this was a valuable addition to what's out there. I believe that in this case, we really did something. We really improved the quality of information, the quantity of information that was out there regarding an underserved community. And, it felt like we did some good. Next slide, please. But these state-by-state articles were not the only thing we did, as Jamie and Will mentioned. Early on, we pushed people in that direction because there was a need. After a while, people were going back to the same articles that previous wiki scholars had worked on and finding, okay, it was great to have somebody jumpstart this. Now there's less sort of blow-by-blow coverage going on, and there's less need, and somebody is just sort of doing the maintenance. There, an awful lot of Wikipedians have done amazing work, sort of updating things day after day, week after week, and they've done a huge service. But as we went along, and since we were working with experts, many of them said, well, can we work on something else? One person said, I'm interested in the effect on migration. So she created an article on migration. One of our colleagues, Helene, was actually one of our 99. And she created an article on the pandemic on people with disabilities. So she was able to draw on her expertise as a historian in terms of research and writing, and her lived experience as a person with a disability to build this article. And sort of as we worked through these, there were a lot of cases where people were able to create completely new articles, and sometimes they were it was a bit of a challenge to fit in. Next slide, please. Okay, this is too small to read. This is based on, this is an article on the, I can't even remember the name, neurological, can you read the whole name?
Sorry, I can't zoom in
Okay.
while playing, but it's impact of COVID-19 on neurological, psychological, and then it cuts off. So something else. I think it may be the word other, but I don't know what. Sorry.
I think it's other something.
Okay.
But this was an article where we had a neuroscience professor working on something. So he created something, and it actually immediately got moved back to his sandbox because the article he picked wasn't the article title he picked wasn't Wikipedia appropriate. At the same time, it was, this was one of these challenges where "and" is often a bad article title in Wikipedia articles because it suggests you're working on, perhaps you're forcing things together that don't necessarily belong together. But in this case, there were a few different things that really fit together and belong together. But how precisely to name this? And so we ended up with something that isn't elegant, but it did the job. The really nice thing here is if you look on the left column, the purple there is what he added to the article during the course of the Wikischolar, during the course of the 6 weeks. The stuff on the right is not even everything that people have added later, including, in this case, the Wikischolar came back and made some additions, and several other people added other sections about mental health and so on. And I do believe that we really put together something that filled a gap and created a framework for growth, even though it felt a little bit odd at the time from a Wikipedian perspective. And really, in terms of impact on Wikipedia, this COVID pandemic feels like something completely different in terms of content. In 20 years, I don't believe we've had anything as wide-ranging as this, where the number of articles on one topic that have been created in the course of, how long has it been now? 2 years, I think it's unprecedented. Figuring out how to reflect all this information, figuring out how to do it in a way that fits with Wikipedia is just an amazing achievement. It's an ongoing thing. Like everything in Wikipedia, the no fixed rules helps here because it gives us room to grow. It gives us room to figure things out. And I believe that bringing these subject matter experts in, we were able to, like in this case, create articles that the average Wikipedian mightn't think of doing because we're used to doing it a certain way. So that's, I think that's my last slide. Questions? Peter's question.
I know we've already had a couple in there, so if someone wants, you taking one?
I was just going to say Peter has a more request than a question for us. Could you put these links at your abstract page on the conference site? I want to copy all the chat comments here. So yes, absolutely.
If we learn where and how to do that, yes.
Yeah, I will just say we can copy these into, at the very least, the Etherpad for this session, sure. Which we have linked. So there's been a few questions in chat. One from Z, can you share what the material was for this 6 times 3 hour course?
I think one of us, I know that I shared the direct link to the timeline in the dashboard. So that's in the chat a little below that question. which walks you through like what are the milestones in reading materials and different training modules that they're taking each week. But Will, as the person who built this out, do you have any comments on kind of the curriculum there?
Yeah, I mean, everything there is what we covered, and we didn't diverge too much from it. I'll say the one thing that we didn't really include was in later COVID courses, we did 6 of these. So like the second half, the last 3, there were a lot of conversations around timeline synthesis. So the timeline of these state-by-state response articles just ballooned, and it was huge, and the balance was totally off for a Wikipedia article. So we ended up talking a lot about like what do we preserve, what's important, and that was really hard because we didn't know what was important at the time. So that was something that we spent a lot of time on that didn't end up on the timeline.
Well, and that leads to a question for me, if I can jump in with some moderator privilege here. I am curious if you all can reflect, and I know this is a huge question, but just on these articles going forward, they do, like you said, Ian, they capture a point in time in some ways, but in the other hand, COVID continues. So how do we balance that? Like, how do we balance this glut of information that came in early 2020 with sort of keeping them updated and maintenance? And I think that's something that we probably struggle with all kinds of breaking news topics too. So I'm just curious if you have any thoughts on that, or if the students have come back to them at all, or if you struggled with that when you were revising articles too.
So one of the things is that we had several wiki scholars work on the same article, sometimes in different classes. We had some people who continued after, came back after, kept going for a while. There was, I remember one person who kept going, kept updating, I think the Florida article for about a month after the end of the class. But yeah, one of these days we'll need a huge wiki project to clean up COVID, or wiki project COVID. Hopefully we'll do that.
I had a similar thought, or it's kind of a follow-up, and I think it's for the two of you who ran the course. As the person who reviews all of the applications for anyone who wants to take one of our courses, people often have kind of, I mean, they have a lot of misconceptions about how Wikipedia works. And I always trust, well, once they're in the course, you guys are going to get them up to speed pretty quickly with how it works. But something people mention frequently is, how does Wikipedia work? Who's reviewing my content? How do I make sure I don't put all of this effort into doing this work that later gets deleted or changed, right? And again, I think once they go through the course, they understand it's actually how Wikipedia works. It's the wiki way. It's good if it evolves. But I wonder if in kind of a breaking news scenario, they like leave that at the door. They understand more, I don't know, maybe it's just more innate for them to come into this community and understand, well, of course, this is changing and evolving. Did you see any difference in your participants coming into the course like that?
For my part, I think that was understood conceptually. I think when it came to the actual contributions, there was hesitancy around removing existing content, just because that's a hard thing to do when you're new to Wikipedia. So people were always more eager to add new content, which is one reason why the timelines continued to balloon, and also why people focused on the impact of COVID on X, Y, and Z things, which I don't think is a problem. I think as long as the information is there, that's like a good starting point, and then we can always go back and refine and prune when things become really stale or not important at all. But like in the courses, it was always easier to add new stuff than remove existing.
Yeah.
I think in most courses, or working with new editors as a whole, people want to know, can I remove stuff? Will people get mad if I remove their work? And the general answer to tell people is no, go ahead. I mean, we don't always love it if our contributions are to Wikipedia removed, but we understand that's part of the process of writing. It was less true in these cases because while there was some room for pruning, it was sort of let's let this timeline grow, capture everything, and worry about that when we have less to worry about.
Yeah, I had mentioned in the chat that I did some work, not to overstate it, but I did some work on the protest articles last summer too in the US. And that was the same kind of thing. You know, they just kept going and kept going and kept going. And so I have been thinking about how do we go back and reflect on these breaking news articles.
And those common things came up in the courses, right? Will, right, Ian? I mean, especially Will, I think you might have done the first few courses, but the commonalities between these two massive but like decentralized, I don't know, things happening.
Yeah, they did come up. It was like the first, well, in my memory, like the first big gatherings to happen, and people were worried about that. So that's why it specifically came up in COVID articles, and they were often interlinked. So yeah, they did come up.
But there were social overlaps too, you know, like some of this is certainly country specific, but, you know, I did work on the eviction articles and, you know, again, you know, conflicting information, changing regulations, things going in and out, very hard to sort of get a fix on at any given point in time, and also extremely technical because there's all these technical laws, right? Like the COVID article. So these are super technical topics, and you recruited experts, but how did people work with this very technical material? Did they struggle? Was it good?
Some of these people struggled more with having to search news articles because they're more used to the literature. A lot of people, I remember getting a lot of questions on what to do with these state level announcements and pronunciations, and sort of you know, after you drill secondary sources into people's heads for a while, you tell them, no, this is fine. This is you know, you may not always trust politicians, but you can trust an official state document saying this is our policy. At least you hope you can.
I think Phoebe actually asked a question related to that earlier when you were speaking, Well, she asked if we had to develop special guidance on citing government materials. And as she said, in my experience, directives, laws, government web pages don't play well with our citation tools. It sounds like maybe that's something you both came across.
Yeah, I mean, also a lot of things are published as PDFs and so on. So you definitely, I mean, take a step back. When we work with these people, we always tell them use the visual editor and use the site tool, which is the best part of the visual editor. But, you know, you have to teach them then, here's the manual form. And the question I never know is, which form do you use for PDF reports? Is it a book? Is it a journal article?
Yeah, great question. This is one of the banes of my existence. There's a comment from Daniel, which I'll put in the stream, but it's quite large here, that there is a paper that's an overview of Wikimedia projects. Yes, sorry, it's blocking out. And so we'll put that those sites in the Etherpad as well. But yeah, there's been so much work in COVID done in the projects. It's really
there was another comment earlier from Matt Vetter, who was here early but couldn't stay, who I just wanted to mention because he mentioned that he was actually a participant in one of these courses. And I think that was I thought that was a really wonderful thing that we were able to do for these courses, is reach out to our longtime student program instructors and kind of say, hey, I know you're doing incredible work teaching with Wikipedia, even if you don't have extensive editing experience, or if you do. But if you've ever kind of wanted an opportunity to learn more, you know, we have these courses open. We'd love to have you in the course. And I think we had several of the instructors kind of cross over into this program and really dive in. And I loved, you know, my weekly meetings with Will and Ian, hearing kind of the feedback that we were getting from those people who, again, I would consider ingrained in the community for a long time, and maybe doing research. And, you know, Matt has written a book, and but actually getting them to dive in on like policies and how does this apply, and, you know, how do you work on breaking news topics and things like that. So just want to give a shout out to all those great people.
I really think that among that we should mention Ben Wallison, who
had the talk this morning. Yeah,
he was the person who did the neuro whatever page.
Oh, Great.
So that was his work, and he's been an instructor for a while, but he did such a great talk this morning about which hopefully was informed in part by the class.
Definitely. And of course, I know we brushed over it in the presentation, but a really fun opportunity for us to invite Helene to also take a course. I know she'd been, kind of obviously super knowledgeable about Wikipedia, but had been wanting to really engage in depth for a long time. And we were like, we'd love for you to join this course. And she wrote this incredible article on the impact on people with disabilities. So just really great to get to do kind of a campaign like this. I think we've answered all the questions. And oh, Leanna said something.
Yeah.
I'll just read it while I read it for the first time, especially highlighting my earlier point about our network being in nearly every state. We were able to bring in editors to work on the state articles that were otherwise not getting attention from our existing community. Yes. I mean, I remember doing lots of searching through our database of people in universities that are in, Iowa or that are in certain states so that we could reach out really directly to them and say, are you willing to do this work and join these courses? Because you are asking people to spend 6 weeks doing this, but thankfully people, I think Matt mentioned earlier that this was a really great thing to have on his calendar during a really stressful time that I know hasn't gone away, but especially when everyone was really on lockdown. It's nice to have a community that you could come to every week and have a shared purpose.
And the North Dakota article was one of these that nobody was working on.
Yeah, that's wonderful. And that's wonderful to hear. I mean, they're very difficult topics, right? Like no matter how much experience you have, this was hard writing to do. So I guess just one more question from me, and then if there's any others, I'm not seeing any others, we can wrap up. But sure. I'm curious, do you think this could ever be applied to another topic? I mean, it's hard to imagine something that's breaking news that's as big as COVID has been in our lifetimes, but there could be.
Well, in a sense, we did that this summer. We did that with, it wasn't quite planned, but we did a course with peace and security experts and the global war on terror. And we were doing it with an eye towards the 20th anniversary of 9/11. But it ended up being, the fall of Kabul came even earlier than that. And, these people were, the downside of it all was that they ended up being distracted because they had to do press interviews.
Like their real jobs.
And, it's also remarkable how many people, even vaccinated across the various classes we've done have said, I have COVID.
Yeah. I totally agree. I think that this is definitely a model. I think it fits in really nicely with kind of the idea of the Wikimedia Foundation's campaigns. So not necessarily breaking news where things are changing every day, although that can happen too. But I was really proud we were able to pull off getting people into the first, 2 courses that were, I think, again, we started and launched like within weeks of deciding we wanted to do this. So I think you can kind of execute quickly on that kind of thing. And I envision that we would continue doing that on any topics that kind of become available. Hopefully it's not like we're all live editing zombie apocalypse pages. How is the zombie apocalypse affecting you, North Dakota? But
I love this model. I would love to do more courses like this. I think it's great. I don't know if there'll ever be anything as urgent or unified as this, just because everyone understood why they were writing these articles. And if they didn't, that information just wouldn't be shared. And it was extremely vital. It still is. But that sense of unity was really interesting, like a cool element. But I just think how cool would this be if it were part of people's workflows in more professional industries? This is where you get to turn these into Wikipedia articles, and conflict of interest notwithstanding, if we could somehow find a way to make that really neat, it'd be cool if it were just built into a lot of other places.
Yeah, for sure. Well, on that note, yes, as Mary says in the chat, really phenomenal and life-saving work from all of you and from everyone participating. Thank you very much. If there's no more questions,
you.
we'll close out today. And this is the end of the second day of WikiConference North America. So thank you all for watching and participating. Just two very quick notes. Tonight, the lounge is open as well, lounge.wcna.wiki. Richard says that he will run something involving the Grand Parisian Library, so check that out at 7:30. And tomorrow, again, we start at 11:45, actually at 11 with an editathon, but then at 11:45 with sessions in the red track. And we have a very special guest. We have the incoming CEO of the Wikimedia Foundation, who will be joining us mostly to ask us questions because she wants to get to know the community on a listening tour. So join us for that and all the rest of the conference tomorrow. Kevin put tomorrow's schedule in the chat. And anything else from anyone?
Thanks,
All right.
everyone.
Thanks,
Have a great
everyone.
week
Thank you so
tomorrow.
much, Phoebe.
Thanks.
Thanks, Phoebe. Bye.